point, like for real. It's definitely not 9 o'clock in the morning, but it's definitely fucking Laura Kuenssberg. God damn it.
Good morning. A budget that hasn't unravelled, a return of sorts for Boris Johnson, and a reality star who finally has justice. Quite the mix in the next 60 minutes.
Hello. What's your name?
Gather round. The Chancellor wants you to think he's got the future covered. He's after top marks for more childcare and encouraging people back to work.
The only place success comes before work is the dictionary.
The Prime Minister boasting of other good news.
I hope you've heard the good news, I hope.
A possible pay deal with some NHS staff who've been out on strike.
No pay, no stay!
But hang on. Junior doctors are still in the fight and other workers were out on the streets too.
Call the Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Just as Mr Hunt was on his feet, where his opponents claim the changes to pensions he's bringing in are a bung for the mega rich.
Why are we bringing the pensions relief in for the wealthiest in society next month, but those who are really struggling with the cost of living now have to wait until next April?
And living standards for everyone are still on the slide. Yet there's a chipper mood among ministers these days. So we have one big question this morning. Are there signs that the Tories are getting back on track? The man who needs to make sure the government gets things done, Cabinet Minister Oliver Dowden, is with us. Labour's Lisa Nandy will be here too. She's criticised the budget, but how would Labour raise our living standards? It's been a terrible week for the SNP. We'll hear from one of the contenders to replace Nicola Sturgeon in the top job, Kate Forbes. And Georgia Harrison, the presenter, now campaigner, is here. Her bravery put her ex-partner behind bars after he posted explicit images of her online. We'll hear how she wants to stop other women going through that same kind of nightmare. And to help me out here at the desk this morning, the founder of Mumsnet, Justine Roberts, Ollie Dugmore, the editor of the social media news site Politics Joe, and the tech entrepreneur Brent Hoberman. Morning. It's great to be with you. So the government has made it to the Sunday after the budget without a meltdown. Has it even made the front pages this morning? Let's take a look. Well, it hasn't made these three. The Mail, the Express and the Sunday Telegraph all splash on the Home Secretary's visit to Rwanda and her plans for migrants. Then look at some other newspapers, different stories on there too. The Scottish Sunday Mail talking about sex, lies and spin, it says in the SNP after their terrible few days. The Observer says that Boris Johnson is trying to make a last-ditch bid to discredit the probe into Partygate. We'll talk about that a bit later on. And the Sunday Mirror says that Britain should be proud of Gary Lineker, of course, what we were talking about here last week. So let's talk to our panel, and welcome to you all. Justine, the sort of centrepiece, the big promise for our voters in the budget was childcare. But is what the government have put forward credible? It's not going to come in for quite a long time.
No, it's not. But I mean, first off, let's just celebrate the fact that finally a political party has put a major investment into childcare, and something that Mumsnet, we've been banging on about this for about 20 years. So let's at least celebrate that. Big tick. They've recognised that childcare has to start from 9 months, not from 3 years, which is a big tip for women who are often sort of tempted to leave the workplace, can't get back in. But there is a serious question about funding. The sector is already underfunded. They tend to providers subsidise. They get lower funding for 3 to 4 year olds than they should from the government. They subsidise it by charging more for 1s and 2s. They're not going to be able to do that anymore. Childminders are leaving the profession in droves. There's a shortage of workers. So this is going to be the real challenge.
So logistically difficult to do, but you like the idea of the promise. That was
Yes.
for one demographic for parents around the country. Ollie, what about your demographic? I mean, you provide news on social media, primarily targeted at young men. What was the response to the budget among your audience?
I would say that it was obvious by what wasn't included. Housing, huge problem for my generation. The prospect of you face an economic and political choice when you're growing up. Either you can stay in the town you grew up in and not necessarily get the job that you wanted to or pursue the profession that you want, or you move to an urban centre, Manchester, Birmingham, London, to pursue a career. However, your prospect of owning a home is very, very low in those kind of places.
And what's the political consequence for the Conservatives of that, do you think?
Well, potentially not that much. I mean, we live in a country with ageing demographics, so you see things like lifting the £1 million cap on the lifetime allowance for pensioners. There's pension reform, pension policy is a huge area of political gain. People don't really care about the younger generation because you can't win an election just by catering to them. OK, surely you're not a sceptic or a cynic here in the studio talking about politics. And Brent, you've run big businesses. People will know you from setting up lastminute.com. Now you're really involved in lots of different technology businesses. Aside from the budget, in that world, there was something that seemed very concerning this week, the collapse of SVB Bank, a bank in America and here in the UK that provides funding to startups. Should we be worried about what's going on in that sector?
The SVB was critically important to the tech sector. They actually happen to be small investors of ours as well, so we know them well. They were banking 1 in 2 of the best startups in this country, so they were systemically important to the tech sector, not to the entire system, as the Prime Minister said. But there was a sense of absolute panic. When you can't get your deposits out of a bank, people do fear, or there was a worry that that might not happen. I felt always that was not going to happen, that they were going to get their deposits out. They did get their deposits out. The bank is now very safe, backed by HSBC. It's a really good solution. There is a lot of calmness now after that weekend. And I think we can go back to optimism. HSBC, with its $3 trillion balance sheet, has said it will pump more money into this. This could actually be a really good silver lining for the tech community. OK, perhaps a near miss that we should all be not that concerned about. Thank you, all three of you, for now, but hard work ahead for you, so stay with us. The budget has not fallen apart, and the Prime Minister very much wants to be seen as ticking his promises off the list. And there is a sense in the Conservative Party, at least, that maybe they are getting back on track. And they've even made a sort of peace with some of the unions.
There's hope moving forward that we are in a different place with government, and we will no longer find ourselves in a position that we have to take to picket lines to have a government to hear our voice.
Some strikes are still in the offing, and you might wonder what took the government so long to sort them out. Oliver Dowden, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, Rishi Sunak's right-hand man, is with us here, and there's lots to get through with you this morning. And the government's made big decisions this week about the budget and about the unions, and we'll look at both. When it comes to the strikes, why did you and your colleagues spend months on this programme, saying it was impossible to find more money, saying it was impossible to talk about this year's pay, and saying it was impossible to ignore the pay review body? And then, lo and behold, months later, after disruption for the public, there's suddenly a solution.
Well, look, first of all, I think we've got a reasonable deal, one that's fair to nurses, but fair, crucially to your point, fair to the public finances, and fair to making sure that we stick to our goal of halving inflation. We couldn't have been in a situation where we chased inflation through ever higher wage rises. And if you look at the initial position of the RCM, which I think was about 19%, clearly that would have been chasing inflation. We've got to a more sensible position. I think it's one that works for both of us, and I very much hope that it's not just the nurses, but also ambulance workers and others on the so-called Agenda for Change will support this package. But
the question here that I think a lot of our viewers will have this morning is, why did what you said was impossible for months suddenly possible? And the Department of Health even recently said 3.5% might be doable, but 5% certainly was not affordable. And that is what has happened. Why waste so much time and leave the public with such disruption?
Well, first of all, the 3.5%, which was announced a few weeks ago, that was the affordability number. So that was the base position of the government for the coming financial year. I think it has been the case that there has been movement. So I very much welcome the fact that the RCN moved from their position of 19%, which would not have been affordable and would have fueled inflation. And the government was willing to move its position as well, because we need to reward nurses properly, but we need to do so in a way that is sustainable for our public finances and inflation. I think this balance is correct.
But the question here, Oliver Dowden, is that you said for many months, you and other colleagues sitting in that chair, you said it was not possible. You said more money was not possible. You said you could not talk about next year's pay review. And now that has happened after months of disruption for the public. A viewer of the BBC, David from Yorkshire, has told his story. I think we can show our viewers a picture of him. He had chest pains on a strike day. He was told it would be an hour and a half for an ambulance. That's somebody who had existing heart problems. When someone did arrive, he was told that the driver was a cadet. They couldn't put blue lights on to rush him to hospital. Can you say to him and our viewers this morning that these months where you were refusing to talk was worth it?
Well, first of all, we were always willing to engage with the unions.
Not on this year's pay, you were not.
And we had initial discussions with them. If we want to get into the sort of intersteins, as it were, of the two different deals, I think my overall dispensation is we've got a decent deal now. Let's move forward. But in terms of the actual specifics of it, first of all, the RCN moved their position. Secondly, the additional amounts that we've agreed for this year are so-called non-consolidated. So that means that they don't really add enormously to inflation because they don't carry forward, and they don't add so much to the pressure on public finances. Then in addition to that, we've looked forward to the coming year, which we always said we were willing to do so. And the number we've got for the coming year is broadly aligned with where we expect wider private sector pay to go. So it's a decent deal, and I would urge people to support it. And it helps us to keep two of our key objectives. First of all, cutting the waiting list and halving inflation.
And you say there it is a decent deal. Should that therefore be the kind of deal that the public should see offered to teachers, civil servants, professions where there may still be strikes or there's still talks ongoing? Should we expect that?
Well, as you've highlighted, we've got talks ongoing with the teachers. I hope we can get to a decent position. It is just worth noting that in respect of the deal that has been reached for the nurses, there's 4% of that, which is an additional payment for the current year to reflect the huge pressure they've been under and the need to cut the waiting list, which is one of our key targets.
OK, so there are still decisions to be taken, but it sounds like you hope that might happen. It's also been the budget this week, so another moment of big decisions. After saying for months there wasn't going to be much money for much because of what's happened to the finances of the country, you did find a few £billion to give some of the richest people in the country money towards their pensions. Now, why are you doing that when we are also, as a country, people watching this programme, facing the biggest fall in living standards for decades and decades and decades?
Well, we had a very specific problem, and we still have it, which is when people in senior roles in the public sector, particularly people like consultants, but it's also senior police officers and others, they get caught in this trap whereby if they carry on working and earning more, they breach their pensions cap. Now, we were under a lot of pressure and lobbying to do something about this from the Labour Party, from the BMA and others. We've taken this action, and the consequence of it is we'll have more senior public sector workers working in the public sector, helping deliver on our core priorities, whether that's cutting the waiting list because we'll have more consultants, whether that's getting crime under control. And I was very heartened by the fact, for example, that the BMA welcomed this and said it was transformative. So it's the right policy to address this particular problem.
But if you say it's the right policy, it's also a pretty nice idea for a lot of people who already have a lot of money. There are 45,000 consultants in the NHS. There are 1 million people who have around about £1 million in their pension pot. This is a policy that is going to give some of the wealthiest people in the country more money when many people are struggling to put food on the table. How can you justify that?
Well, it's not just consultants, and by the way, this is a huge problem, making sure that we get decent consultants.
I'm not saying
remaining
it's not,
in
but
the
this
profession.
is for 1 million
also,
people, some of the wealthiest people in the
Laura,
country.
It's also senior leadership in schools, it's also senior leadership in our police forces, and also I think it's a basic decent principle that if people work hard, they should be able to save money and invest for their retirement. So I think there's a basic principle there. But the reason why we brought this forward now is because of the particular pressure for senior public service workers who we need to make sure that we deliver some of the government's core priorities.
How many of those million people who've got £1 million or more in their pension are public sector workers?
Well, I couldn't give you the exact breakdown now, but it's a very large number because if you remember, for most of the public services, they get around 20% on top of their salaries in their pensions. So that does mean that it tends to be a lot of public sector workers who are hit by this cap.
Well, it'd be interesting if we can find that figure out for our viewers. Another decision that the government made this week was to ban TikTok, the social media app on government phones. Now, I'm not sure that your colleague Grant Shapps in the Cabinet was very impressed about this. I think we can show our viewers his response to the ban on TikTok. He got busy on his own personal phone and posted all his videos there and posted a joking video of Leonardo DiCaprio saying, "I'm not leaving." Now, TikTok, the company, they reckon that the government's only doing this because you've got a political beef with China. Do you have any evidence that TikTok really is a risk?
Yeah, there is a very specific risk. I would say two things, first of all. One is that a lot of these apps, and particularly social media apps, hoover up a vast amount of data. And I think many of your viewers may not quite know how much data is being hoovered up, whether that's geolocation, contacts, all these things you have on your phone. In addition, and remember this announcement is in respect of government phones, the sensitive government information on government phones. There's a high risk on government phones. In respect of TikTok, there is then a further risk, which is the ultimate ownership of TikTok vests in China, and all Chinese companies are subject to China's national security laws, which means that that information can be made available to the government in that country. So on the balance of risks, we believe that first of all, in respect of TikTok, we need to introduce a ban immediately. And in respect of the other risks that I've outlined, we're going to have a permissionary system whereby we only have apps on government phones that are approved.
But viewers watching this morning might wonder, should they be on TikTok? I mean, if there is a genuine risk, lots of people have sensitive information on their phones. Is TikTok dangerous? Should our viewers take it off their phones?
No, I think the balance that we've struck is the right one, given the sensitive nature of government information. What I would say to all of your viewers is I would just be cautious in respect of all social media apps, just to be aware of the amount of data that's being harvested. Now, we live in a free country and people should be able to make their own choices, but they should make an informed choice about the amount of data that is available there.
That's interesting. Do you think that we are potentially moving towards some kind of ban for everybody on TikTok?
No, I don't think we're moving in that direction. I set out the reasons. It is both to do with the ownership and sensitive government information, which has pushed us across the line. I have to say it's on a precautionary basis, but I would just say that generally, in respect to the amount of information that is available, people need to take appropriate precautions across the board.
Okay, now people are also going to see something new pop up on their phones shortly, and I should warn people that they're about to hear something loud, I think. There we are, the government's emergency alert that is going to be coming to all our phones in a couple of weeks' time. What is the point of this? You're going to be running a national trial, we're all going to see it pop up. What's the reason?
Well, this is a sound that can save your life, and this is what we've seen in many other countries, so for example the United States, Netherlands, elsewhere. And the reason why you do this is that if there is a risk to your life, a really very serious situation, this is another tool in the toolkit of the government getting that information across to you. Now, everyone will hear it it's actually a month's time. There'll be a 10-second test just to make sure it can roll out to everyone. We've carried out regional tests. This will be a national one. After that, I would very much hope most people will never hear this again, or they might not hear it for a month or two. The sort of situation that they would find themselves hearing from it is, for example, if you had a major flood where your house was at risk of being inundated and your life was at risk, that alert would be sent. It's sent in a very targeted way, so it would only be in appropriate wards. It's at that level to get that information across to you, and it sits alongside other government communications.
So people shouldn't fret, it's part of a plan and it's there only in dire emergencies should we need it in future. I just want to ask you about a couple of other issues. You talked there about people never wanting to hear that alert. I think some of your colleagues might never want to hear again from Boris Johnson, the former Prime Minister, but he will be popping up this week. He'll be facing questions from MPs about exactly what happened under his roof during lockdown. Now, he's already had a police fine, but his allies have been very busy claiming that somehow the processes he's going through is unfair. Do you think that's a valid concern, or is this actually a bit of a shameless attempt to try to make him look like some kind of victim?
Well, this is really a matter for the House of Commons for Parliament, and it's the usual precedent that ministers don't comment on these things.
But you know well. Has he got a valid concern there, or actually is it just some kind of, shameless attempt to get off?
Well, Laura, what I would say is I've known Boris Johnson reasonably well over the years. I'm quite sure that he will put forward a robust defence of his conduct. It will then be for the committee to make that determination, and if necessary, the House of Commons to make that determination. I think that's the proper process to go through.
Well, we'll see what happens here. And lastly, I must ask you, you were the Culture Secretary when the government, you and Boris Johnson, appointed Richard Sharp as the chair of the BBC. Now, there are more claims this morning about him not following rules and process in a way that he ought to. And many people and the opposition parties claim that that damages the reputation for the BBC. Do you have confidence in him, or is it time for the men in grey suits to say, thank you very much for your service, but time to step aside?
I oversaw the process of the appointment of Richard Sharp. First of all, I should say that was a proper process, and I have every confidence in that. I know it's been looked into, but I'm confident we chose.
Confidence in him
well,
now?
I was going to say, Laura, I'm confident that we chose the right person to do the job of chairman of the BBC, and I continue to have confidence in him. Yes.
Okay, Oliver Dowden, thank you very much indeed for coming in and taking questions on such a wide range of subjects. It's always good to have you here in the studio. Now we're going to talk about something a bit different. You probably recognise Georgia Harrison. She was a Love Island star whose life was turned upside down when her ex, Stephen Bear, posted explicit footage of her online without her consent. He is now in jail, and she has waived her anonymity to tell the story in a documentary for ITV tomorrow.
I'm making this statement to tell the court the impact this horrific crime has had on me. When Stephen Bear filmed me without telling me, it not only stole that choice from me, but it also seriously affected the way I trust people, especially in intimate situations. When I first saw the screenshot of the footage and realised it had been sold online by him, I felt physically sick.
Georgia, you've turned something terrible into something really meaningful, but why did you make the decision to go to court? It's such a difficult decision for a lot of people.
I just felt it was the only option. I'd been pushed so far, and before I actually saw that the video had gone viral on the internet, I'd had multiple men telling me that they'd had it shown to them. So I think when I saw it was on OnlyFans, it was just the final straw for me. And yeah, I didn't think so much. I just took the action.
So it was your instinct?
It was my instinct.
That must have been terrible when that happened. I mean, and people were saying to you, I've seen you here in that kind of way online.
Yeah, it was awful. And, you know, the footage itself that did go online was about 6 minutes long, but the actual video that he taped was 20 minutes. So I was also very aware that other people were viewing the whole thing, which was a lot harder for me to cope with. And I was living in fear that he was going to sell more. So I was hoping the police could put a stop to it. And luckily, the rest of the footage never did emerge.
So you say it was your instinct to take it on, to go and pursue justice. But you've also said that the experience of doing that, then going to court, giving your evidence, having all the public scrutiny, you've said also that changed you. How has it made you a different person?
I just think, in a way, it just took away an innocent sort of spark that I always had. I was a very trusting individual, and I was always someone that just saw the best in everything. And when that happened to me, it just really lowered my self-worth, and it really lowered the way that I value myself, especially in relationships.
What about the process of then going to court? And now you have justice and he is behind bars.
It was tough, and it was really scary. I think it was scarier than I thought it would be, but when I actually got in the courtroom, it was almost empowering. I'd been silenced for so long, and not only did I have my opportunity to speak to a judge and really tell the truth, I got to do that with him in the room and also his family in the room, and it was nice to validate the truth.
So you took that power back that had been taken from you?
I took that power back, and you will see all of that in the documentary tomorrow at 10 p.m.
A lot of our viewers, I think especially parents, might think, hearing your story this morning or watching your documentary tomorrow night, might just think, hang on, you know, what is going on here? We have a situation where a young man has filmed a young woman, has shared images, explicit images online, that has then sort of taken over your life in a way. And I know that since you've spoken out, many women have been in contact with you. What kinds of things have you been told?
Well, this is the thing. My case in general has like really shocked the British public. But it is such a common thing, but it's not so common. Like, ever since this happened to me, I became someone that victims reach out to, and I get at least 5 women messaging me a day, usually victims, but sometimes mothers of victims or family members who want advice. And obviously it's a really embarrassing thing to happen to you, and for most people they can contain the amount of people that see the images or videos, so they do their best not to voice their opinion and sort of go public about it, and I really respect that. But you just wouldn't believe how big this is and how many people are being affected by it.
And why do you think we've got to that situation? Because where there is a whole generation of young people having to put up with this kind of thing. You know, there is a big conversation in the country at the moment going on about how women are treated online, or then, you know, people will be familiar with the name of the influencer Andrew Tate, who shares or has shared very derogatory content. Like, how have we got to this situation, do you think?
I think society has been like this for a very long time. If you look at the Pamela Anderson documentary, the way the media and the public ridiculed her for what happened to her, which was very similar to me, it was just seen as a joke, and like it wasn't a big deal, and that this sort of a thing is, I guess, cool and funny in a misogynist world, but it isn't. And finally, with my case, I feel like the public have really taken it seriously, and they've made it very obvious that what happened to me was very shameful on his part. And I think the younger generation are going to look at this and think, I don't want to end up like Stephen Bear, I don't want to be publicly shamed, I don't want to go to prison, and if I do act in this way, it is morally wrong.
So do you think then this is a moment where the culture you described that's emerged, where women are victimised online in that way, might be beginning to change? Is that what you hope?
I definitely think it's beginning to change. I think so many people are standing up against this sort of behaviour, and it does come across on social media. If you get the odd person who writes a comment in support of Bear, there's so many more people that come back to say just how wrong it is, and I think it is changing society.
Now, one of the changes you'd like to see is for the government to change the law to make it a crime to share explicit images online unless you were intending to distress someone.
Yeah.
Now, we know the government is looking at doing that. We've asked them about it. They've said it's a proposal. But why does that specific thing matter to you so much?
So the revenge porn law started in 2015, and I think if you look at it, the statistics show that it's very, very flawed. So around 6% of victims actually manage to get their perpetrator charged.
Just 6%?
That's 6%, and that's not even into a courtroom yet, so that could get thrown out before court. In the law, it says that you have to prove that the perpetrator intended to cause distress. However, I think if you are sharing explicit images or videos without consent, it's very obvious it will cause distress. And I think this loophole within the law is what's losing so many people a guilty verdict. And if they were to change it and take that out, I think a lot more victims would have a chance of getting some justice like I did.
OK, well, we'll keep a close eye on what the government decides to do on that law, as we've talked a lot about the online safety bill, which is this huge bit of legislation that's going through Parliament at the moment. But just finally, I want to ask you, you know, you were a reality star, you were someone who was doing TV, presenting, and then by a terrible experience has really seems to have turned you into a campaigner and an activist, and clearly a very effective one. I mean, I wonder what's next for you. You know, we talk to politicians every week, and they're not always that direct, they're not always that clear at getting their message across, but you certainly are. What's next? Fancy a bit of politics?
I think at this stage I do. It's definitely not something I anticipated happening in my career, but I've been really enjoying making a difference, so yeah.
Prime Minister?
I mean, we won't push it.
OK, well, Georgia Harrison, thank you so much for coming in.
Thank
it's been
you.
great to hear your story. And if you want to hear more about Georgia, you can watch her documentary on ITV2 tomorrow night at 10. As always, we love to hear from you about your experiences. Is that something that has affected you, or are you concerned about it as a parent or a grandparent, or just try to understand what's going on in the wild west of online? You can email us, kuenssberg@bbc.co.uk, or if you're social media inclined, of course, you can use the hashtag. Well, we've got a great panel with us today, all of whom in one way or another understand what's going on in tech. Justine, firstly to you, what do you make of hearing Georgia's story? I mean, you've made a successful big career out of online conversation, but it's pretty terrifying hearing about
It
that.
is. First of all, I just want to say amazing that Georgia has done what she's done, because that's what it takes, really, a few brave individuals to stand up and really take on board the shame of this whole thing, the public shame, and say, I'm not going to have it, and push back. But I would say parents are really worried about this. Loads of conversations on Mumsnet, not just about girls falling victim to this sort of thing, but boys being drawn into this online misogynistic culture and how they can counter that. And it's one of the things that our generation, we have no experience of this. We can't draw on our own past and say, oh yeah, I know how serious this is or how to deal with this. We're guinea pigs here.
So, Ollie, you're at the other end of this, with a news site that's targeted primarily at young men, but this sort of real disconnect between the generations, and perhaps I think Justine's referring to a real kind of lack of understanding, whether it's parents or politicians actually, about how to deal with this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, it's insane that the people at the frontier of this stuff are generally sort of 15, 16, 17-year-olds. That's who, as a society, we're trusting to navigate these incredibly complex, difficult, dangerous issues. And, to be clear, social media and digital media and phones, it can be the gateway to friendship. It can be the gateway to consensual sex. It can be the gateway to going out, socialising, gigs, all of that brilliant stuff. It can also provide you with access to extremist politics, to, dangerous, the revenge porn, all of those kind of dark parts of the web. They exist out there as well. The people who understand it best are the people that have grown up with it. It is that younger generation. And frankly, the fact that I think our discourse politically, nationally, is just so far off the pace compared to what's happening there.
So then, Brent, what is the answer to this? I know a while ago you were, led Prince William, as he was then's task force on cyberbullying, trying to say to companies, look, you've got to get yourselves together or else you're going to be regulated, but it hasn't really worked. If anything, things have become wilder and wilder.
No, I think examples like what George has done are brilliant for the pace of regulation, because what's happened is clearly, you're right, that cyberbullying task force was 5 years ago, and we talked about that it was necessary. It was going to be necessary. If the industry would not self-regulate, then government would need to do it. That was 5 years ago, and now, as you say, it is making its slow way through Parliament. I think what George is doing is so important because it's got to up the pace of regulation.
But is that regulation going to make a blind bit of difference? We see what's happening with new AI sites, ChatGPT. This is changing so fast.
Yeah, I think criminal does make a difference. When you make things criminal, when people get behind bars, when you have real examples of that, it makes people think twice.
Well, what about young men's role in this, though? Because we've talked a little bit about Andrew Tate. Now, often, unwittingly, but we do see young men being drawn into things. But how do you make sure that young men are aware of the kinds of damage, the kind of distress and hurt that they might cause?
Yeah, there's a broader context to Andrew Tate, and the first thing is Andrew Tate did not invent misogyny. Misogyny exists in our society, it is pervasive, and it enables people like him to sound off and sort of activate those sentiments within people. So I think that's an important distinction to make. Secondly, he has his message sort of, it starts off, it hooks you in with men should look after themselves, men should look after the people, and you go, oh, that sounds fairly reasonable, looking after other people, and then it spirals and it gets more extreme, more dangerous and more hateful. There is a route to helping those young men that starts in the same place, that starts with have you considered how you're looking after and helping other people? And then instead of spiralling into a hateful message, you start talking about positive male role models. A great example, the BBC's covered this story extensively, Kevin Sinfield, what he's doing with Rob Burrow, an incredibly tough, hard man, much in the same way as Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate used to be a kickboxer. Kevin Sinfield, rugby league player.
He's helping to campaign and raise money for motor.
But he also talks about how much he loves Rob Burrow, his friend. It's an open expression of masculine love, which is something that doesn't actually exist very often in our society and culture. So I think it's important to distinguish that if you co-opt the means by which he's communicating with young men, but you display a positive message, it's possible to speak to them and help them in a way that, that doesn't send them down a rabbit hole of hate and fear.
And one of the apps that is, part of the whole landscape, as we were talking about with Oliver Dowden, is TikTok, right? So TikTok, is it something that is dangerous? Should it be banned? We don't sort of ban things in this country, but Justine, what do you think?
I don't think it should be banned, but I think it is potentially dangerous. Hence what the government are doing with civil servants. But I would say, Google knows everything about us. And the power and knowledge in these tech companies is beyond what anyone can dream of.
I think that's a really important point. It's not just TikTok. Facebook knows every single thing about you. The data it collects about you. TikTok is not the first social media company to do this. We live in a world now where the invasion of our privacy by these companies is absolutely extraordinary.
Yeah, the point is, the customers have been very happy to make the trade about data, but the point about TikTok is it is Chinese owned, and actually the point that the minister didn't make, but I think is very valid, is influence. It can change the way we think about things. It's information and misinformation. There's lots of talk about in Russia that TikTok is only putting pro-war content out in Russia because of the China-Russia link. That shows what can happen. So that's the real threat. So they are being pushed in the US to split the business up, to have it, to throw away their Chinese shareholders, and also to have the data owned on US soil so the Chinese can't access it.
And in your view, should that happen, is that the right thing? So, you know, Western or liberal democracies can keep hold of this stuff.
I think the data, I mean, it seems like TikTok is saying yes. TikTok in the US is saying yes, we will have the data owned by Oracle on US shore and split that data asset. It'll be very important. It'll be very expensive for us, but we're going to do it.
And do you think that should happen in the UK here too?
Yeah, absolutely.
You do? That's very interesting. Well, let's talk about something else that is bound to make some headlines this week. We talked about it a bit with the Minister. A return of sorts for Boris Johnson, who will be up in front of MPs this week. Ollie, what do you think that is going to actually mean for the Conservative Party? I mean, is it just about, you know, this court jester coming back and getting told off, or is it something more serious than that?
I don't think it's more serious than that. I mean, it's going to be great political theatre. I'm sure there'll be one.
Popcorn ready?
Yeah, I will be watching for the whole 4 hours, and there'll be plenty of clips of it on Politics Joe as well for people to digest. But I should say, let's not kid ourselves about why Boris Johnson had to resign. Boris Johnson had to resign because he appointed Chris Pincher into government, prompting basically his entire government to resign. His entire government. It's not some kind of stitch-up conspiracy with Sue Gray and Keir Starmer talking about Partygate. His government collapsed. And this myth that he's kind of been, you know, knifed by the establishment, or that there's machinations in Whitehall to dispose, it's nonsense, right?
Do Mumsnetters buy it?
Well, what Mumsnetters can't get past, and I know this because when I interviewed him just before he resigned, and the volume of questions about trust, is that, you know, forget whether Sue Gray knew Keir Starmer or talking to, he basically broke the rules multiple times while the rest of us didn't. And that is unforgivable.
And that still sticks
And
with
actually
your...
what really annoys me is you watch Oliver Dowden, whenever anyone talks about him, they start smiling as if it's some great big joke, and that is the thing.
He didn't really back him though, did he, interestingly?
Well, he was very careful in his words. I mean, Brent, I know you backed Rishi Sunak in the summer, and I think you used to have some links with
adults, which is great. And I think somebody who, as a parent, you can be proud of that is Prime Minister of the country. And I think that's it. I do a lot of talking at schools. And yesterday somebody was asking me, how do we not, or what do I need to do and whatever. And you don't want role models who get away with bluffing like that all the time running the country.
OK, well, we'll see what happens on Wednesday. It is bound to be a good bit of political theatre. And maybe, depending what happens, we'll be talking about it here in the studio next Sunday too. Now, responding to a budget with all their bells and whistles is never easy for opposition parties. So let's hear what Labour has to say about it with Lisa Nandy, who's the Shadow Levelling Up Secretary, and she joins us from Salford. Lisa, good morning.
Good morning.
Now Labour is opposing abolishing the tax-free limit for pension savings during a lifetime, but happy for doctors to have special treatment. Are police officers, senior teachers, firemen, well-paid air traffic controllers, are they not worthy of the same kind of treatment?
Well, look, there's a particular problem with doctors, which has been well recognised for some time. We've recognised it. The Chancellor recognised it when he was the chair of the Cross-Party Health Select Committee, and there is a cross-party consensus that you need to do something about that, because if you don't do something about that, then the whole NHS suffered. The story from this government over the course of the last week has shifted from this being a problem about doctors to now this being a wider problem that they can't even quantify. I just listened to Oliver Dowden on your programme being asked how many public sector workers he thinks are in this situation, and he didn't have a clue how to begin answering it. We accept that there is a problem with doctors, but there are fairer and better ways to deal with that problem than simply handing over £1 billion of taxpayers' money to fund a tax cut for the wealthiest 1%, 84% of whom aren't doctors. This isn't just a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It's the most expensive sledgehammer you could have imagined. And imagine how that feels to a paramedic or a station cleaner waking up on Wednesday morning to find out that that, of all things, is the government's priority at a time when they desperately need money back in their pockets.
Except, Lisa, there are plenty of other professions where there are also significant shortages. And are you comfortable with the tax system sort of becoming about what's a worthy career or not? I mean, do we really want our tax system to be some sort of moral arbiter that if you do a particular kind of job, you get to keep more of your own cash?
We think that the government would be far better off looking at the problems that are created by the benefit system, which don't provide a glide path back to work for people who would like to work but are currently classed as too ill to work.
But that's not my question here, that you're saying that basically doctors should be entitled to getting this tax treatment that is favourable comparing to other professions.
Sure.
Are you comfortable with the tax system basically becoming a moral judge, saying if you're worthy because of your job, you get to keep more of your own cash? That's quite a precedent, isn't it?
We're not arguing that this is a moral judgment about who's worthy and who's not. This is a pragmatic response to what is a very real problem at the moment. But as you rightly say, Laura, it's only a sticking plaster response. It's one of the reasons why we vote against this measure.
But how would you decide which professions then would be entitled to this kind of tax break? So if you are watching this and you're a head teacher and you think, I quite fancy that, would I get to keep more of my money when I'm if Labour wins the next election, or if you're a chief constable of a police force? How do you make those decisions?
Well, most teachers, most police officers, most people in this country are never going to put more than £1 million into their pension pot in the first place. So this isn't a question of opening this up to lots and lots of people. The vast majority of people in this country couldn't even dream of saving this amount of money, and we say it's the wrong priority at the wrong time. But the point that I'm trying to make to you is that there are far better ways of dealing with labour shortages which are holding this country back at the moment than just simply focusing on the tax system. The government should have brought forward a proper plan to devolve employment, training and support to local areas so that we can have a far more flexible system that provides that glide path back into work.
And
just to give you an example of how much this matters, there are twice as many people affected by that in the northeast of England as there are in the southeast of England. This isn't just holding the country back, it's putting a nonsense to the very idea of levelling up that this government is still talking about.
And I'm going to ask you about your plans for more control for local councils in just a second, but there's another important question about the budget. The government also says it's going to freeze the thresholds, the level at which people start paying tax. Now, effectively, that means lots more people either get dragged into a higher tax rate or to pay income tax at all. Would Labour change that policy if you win the next election, or would you keep that freeze?
Well, look, fiscal drag is a real problem. We recognise it, you've recognised it, a lot of people have recognised it, and we want to see working people pay less tax.
So would you get rid of it? Would you change it if you win the election?
But we've seen what happens when governments make unfunded commitments. We saw what happened with Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng. They crashed the economy and they left working people pay the price. That's why we say that the answer to this problem is to get the economy growing again. That's why our top mission for government, and people will see this in the first 5 years of a Labour government, is that we're going to go for the highest sustained growth in the G7,
but people
driven
also
by
want
people
to
in every
know
part of Britain.
Whether or not they would have their tax bill changed. So is it the case that you just won't answer, or that Labour hasn't decided yet what you do about those tax thresholds? It's a straightforward question.
No, it's a case of not being willing to make commitments that we can't deliver and we can't pay for. We've had 13 years of low or no growth. The UK is now the only country in the G7 that is seeing a fall in our living standards, is seeing us lagging behind other countries, is seeing us at the bottom of the table when it comes to growth and to returning to pre-pandemic levels. We've got to get our economy growing again, otherwise we can't do any of the things that we want to do, and that's why we've said it's going to be a priority. Otherwise what you get is more and more taxes being levied on working people, and we think that is not just wrong, but it's completely unsustainable.
Now, one of the ways you want to do that is by giving more power to local councils and to communities around the country. If people in perhaps your town, Wigan, didn't want a solar farm or a new housing estate on the outskirts of the town, would they have the power under a Labour government to say no?
I was literally in Lee, next door to Wigan, on Friday, where people were asking me why it's so difficult to build clean energy projects in our own communities. The truth is, people around this country, they need homes, homes in their communities, they need jobs and investment back into their communities. But at the moment, the planning and the investment systems that we have prevent that from happening. People will accept more housing, they'll accept clean energy schemes. What they won't accept is multi-million-pound houses being built in communities where average household incomes are around £20,000 a year. That's why we say that you've got to devolve power to local communities to put people back in charge of their own destiny. Because my experience is that in the last 13 years, if people had been in charge, they would have made much better
But would they have the power to say no to things? So part of Labour's plans are very ambitious, you say, to have more green jobs, more power generation, more housing, more of many things that you believe people want and need. But if communities do not want things, would you give them the power to say no?
Well, look, they've already got the power to say no under the current planning rules that we have. What they haven't got is the power to say yes. Since 2015, when the government introduced new rules on onshore wind, we've effectively had a ban on onshore wind, even when communities are clamouring for it. It's easier to build sewers or car parks or roads than it is to build clean energy projects. That's just a nonsense. If you really are serious about empowering communities, you have to give them the power to say yes as well as to say no. And we think this country could do far, far better if, instead of devolution deals for just 9% of us that the government announced this week, if we actually included the other 90%, allowed them to be unshackled from 13 years of Tory failure and start to get investment back into our communities again.
OK, I think you probably heard us speaking to Georgia Harrison this morning, the reality TV star turned campaigner. We've been talking about how the internet, you know, for a generation in a way is a bit like the Wild West. How would Labour specifically help that generation deal with what's going on?
Well, look, first of all, credit to you for having her on the programme. She's brave and she's brilliant, and it's a voice that we haven't heard enough and a debate that we haven't had enough. The Victims Commissioner says that this is the crime that has the most impact on victims, and I think you could hear that from what she was saying. We think that the tech companies, there has to be legislation to force them to act much more quickly when this sort of thing goes online, and we've been pushing for that in Parliament. We think we need to speed up access to justice for victims, and I think Georgia's case shows exactly why. And I was really interested in what she was saying about the loopholes in the law that make it much, much harder to get a conviction. We need to send a very strong message, not just to young women that we support them, but to the next generation that this sort of behaviour is not going to be tolerated. I think she's way ahead of politicians on this, actually, and we're determined as the Labour Party that we'll support her in making sure that the political system catches up.
Lisa Nandy, thank you so much for joining us this morning. And as we were discussing, we'll certainly keep a close eye on what happens on that huge piece of law going through Parliament about to try and help the risk to people online. Now, it's only a month since Nicola Sturgeon quit as Scotland's First Minister, but a lot has changed for her party. In recent days, the SNP winning machine has looked a bit more like a rabble. There have been scraps between the contenders trying to replace her, and yesterday the party's chief executive, who just happens to be Miss Sturgeon's husband, quit after the party failed to come clean over a simple question of how many members it has. In the last couple of weeks, we've spoken to Ash Regan and Hamza Yousaf, who are both after the job. But yesterday, it was Kate Forbes' turn. Now, she's faced tricky questions of her own due to her conservative Christian beliefs. But we spoke to her yesterday, just an hour or so after the party chief executive's dramatic exit.
I think at the heart of this is about the fact that the decisions within the SNP have been taken by too few people. And I think that's well recognised across the political domain. And SNP members want to know that our institution is democratic, that they can influence it, that they can shape policy. I think there's been a feeling that they are disempowered from that process.
With the departure of the chief executive, though, are you now confident that this contest is being run fairly, or would you still like there to be an independent auditor looking at how it's being run?
So I have full confidence and trust in the process. The point I made around an independent auditor was to try and give as much trust and confidence to those that were voting. It's fairly standard common practice when it comes to election contests for there to be that third-party independent auditing. And I would hope that we can get to the end of this contest knowing that the decisions that SNP members are taking when they vote is the decision that they truly want when it comes to leadership of the party.
You've been pitching yourself as the change candidate, as you've explained, but how can you be a change candidate when you've held one of the most senior jobs in the Scottish Government for some time? I mean, you were Scotland's Chancellor with the powers that the Finance Secretary in Scotland has. How can you be the change candidate when you've been part of the government?
In a contest, we have the opportunity to talk about what's been going well in the party. And let's make no mistake, the SNP has been winning elections because of many of the things that it has done well, and I'm proud of that track record. But we are in the teeth of a cost of living crisis. Our NHS needs reform. Businesses have weathered storm after storm with Brexit, COVID, cost of living. We fundamentally need to talk about how to lead the party into the next decade.
But what is it that you think has gone wrong? If you want to do things differently, we've heard that loud and clear. What has gone wrong then?
3 things. 1, the ability to listen, to understand the priorities of the people that we are here to serve. Secondly, the ability to deliver. So when we have solid, good policies, we need to make them happen. I'm speaking to you from one end of the A9, for example, Scotland's backbone. We said we'd dual it, we haven't done it. We need to be able to deliver. And the third thing is, the raison d'etre for the SNP is, of course, independence. And I think that we've lost some of the respectful dialogue that we need when it comes to persuading those who are not yet persuaded of the case that we have to make on independence. We need to cut the abuse and the vitriol and actually respect the reasons why people might not be persuaded and work hard to persuade them. There's 3 things that I think need to be done differently.
That's quite some list though, Kate Forbes. I mean, that's quite damning about what's been going on. I mean, you've just said the SNP has lost its ability to listen to the public. It's lost its ability actually to get things done despite making political promises. What do you think your colleagues will think of you being quite so critical of a government you've been part of, let alone the public?
You cannot deliver change unless you have trust. To have trust, you need to have candour about the challenges that we face. And right now, we are at a crossroads. There's no question about that. We have come through 16 years of successful government. If we are going to see the SNP continue to win elections, continue to take on the opposition, not least the Labour Party at the next election, that we need to get serious about what's worked and what's not worked. And I think you can build on the solid track record that we have whilst being conscious of what else needs to change. And, you know, if continuity was good enough, then there's a candidate here who offers continuity.
And you're referring there to Hamza Youssef, who at the moment, a majority of MSPs have said they back. I mean, on a practical point, if you cannot persuade most of your MSP colleagues at Holyrood to back you, how do you think you could put a government together, let alone convince the public you're the right person to take this on?
Well, first of all, when it comes to the public, poll after poll shows that I am more trusted on every policy area than either of my fellow candidates. But every SNP member has 1 vote. That includes elected representatives. And it's incumbent on all of us to respect the outcome of the election that's determined by SNP members. I have absolute confidence in being able to pull together a government of some of the most talented people in the SNP. Of that, I have no doubt.
As Economic Secretary, it was your responsibility to get the Scottish economy going. Yet by some measures, the Scottish economy is forecast to grow more slowly than the rest of the UK. And even if you put a positive gloss on it, it's not exactly looking great. So why would that track record persuade anyone that you're the person with a good plan?
Well, because I've outlined that plan, and the plan is to focus on investing in infrastructure, to look at the regulatory burden on businesses, and to ensure that we have a competitive regime when it comes to taxation.
And for people who want to prosper, what can you say to them about their tax bills in Scotland? So you have the power to increase income tax, and as things stand, it is higher in Scotland than in the rest of the UK. Do you back the income tax rises that were brought in while you were recently on maternity leave? Or would you rule out further income tax rises?
I'd certainly rule out further income tax rises. But the point I'd make about the recent hike is, of course, the higher tax is a symptom of the fact that our economy is growing so slowly and our tax base is not broad enough. We need to raise the money for our public services because people rely on that. But I'd far rather we focused on expanding the tax base and growing our economy.
You've been asked a lot during this race about your Christian faith. Do you feel that you have been treated differently as somebody with a strong Christian faith than you might have been if you had a strong faith in a different religion?
I think there has been far more scrutiny of my faith as a result of being a Christian, but I think also as a result of being honest and upfront at the beginning. The approach I took was that voters deserve to know who they're voting for, and I took the approach that honesty and candour is better than anything else. So I think that has resulted in greater scrutiny than might otherwise be the case.
So do you think you've been punished then for saying what you believe?
Well, I think there has been quite a stunning level of scrutiny and perhaps backlash from some quarters. Of course, I won't be the only person with faith in high office. We have a Muslim mayor of London, we have a Hindu in number 10, and I think people of faith have the right to occupy high office.
And you say you would govern without prejudice, but there has been concern, particularly among the gay community, about some of your deeply held views. If you were a member of that community and watching today and thinking, you know what, I like the sound of Kate Forbes, I like some of the things that she's said in a campaign, but I can't bring myself to vote for someone who believes that my relationship, the way I live my life, is wrong. What would you say to them today?
I would say that I give you an honest pledge today to govern in a way that delivers for you, that does not in any way undermine your rights and actually seeks to enhance your opportunities in Scotland to ensure that Scotland is truly that tolerant and pluralistic nation that we all want to see.
And just on a different issue, you know, you've talked there about the level of scrutiny you've already had to endure during this campaign. Nicola Sturgeon said when she was stepping down that it had become almost impossible even to go and meet friends for a coffee. You, like one of the other candidates, have got a young family. Do you think that you would approach the level of intrusion, the lack of privacy, all that scrutiny? How do you think you'd deal with it?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly something that I have had to weigh up as I've approached this contest. It might have been easier not to stand, but the reason I chose to stand is because I believe that we are at a crossroads. And I've got a 7-month-old baby that thankfully you can't hear and screaming in the background. But I've had to juggle a very young family with the contest. But many mothers do that. Many mothers and fathers have to do that. And I would certainly look for a slightly more sustainable model when it comes to childcare if I get the role. But what better when it comes to delivering, say, for mothers and parents in Scotland than to have a young mother in the role of being First Minister. And I certainly think that role should be open to anyone, irrespective of their personal circumstances.
OK, Kate Forbes, well, we're grateful for your time. There's only a few days left to go in the campaign, so thank you very much for speaking to us this week. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, that's right. There's only 8 days, I think, Ollie, till the next new Scottish First Minister is announced. You've been following this race, but goodness me, the SNP has been in a right old mess.
Yeah, meltdown. I mean, particularly for someone who's not an informed observer of Scottish politics, you know, in the space of a few months, the First Minister, the Chief Executive, you look at the SNP, it would appear to be in complete meltdown, whoever wins this election. And I think that's actually an open question, by the way. As much as people want Humza to win, what happens next? They're going to have a right old mess to sort out.
So you're referring there to Humza Yousaf, who's seen as a sort of party establishment candidate. But Justine, what do you think, Mumsnetters think actually about the exit of Nicola Sturgeon from the scene? I mean, she's been such a dominant force in politics, one of the politicians of our generation.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously, it's been great to have a woman at the top. I mean, there are some people on Mumsnet who certainly don't share her beliefs or her policy about self-ID, but generally speaking, I think she's been a great advert for womanhood. What I would say is any business leader has to have a succession plan, and she seems to have completely failed on that, because look at the chaos we've got now.
Interesting. And Ollie, a prediction on who might win it? I know you said it's an open question, but I'm going to ask you to put your colours to the mast.
Humza's edging it, I think.
Okay.
I think. But political prediction is a mug's game.
Well, it is. Well, let's ask a different question. We started the programme asking whether or not the Tories actually seem to be getting on track. Brent, I know you follow Conservative politics, but you also run big businesses. Do you think they are starting to get themselves together after months of chaos?
Yeah, look, I think the reaction to the budget was actually pretty good. And actually, I think today what was highlighted was this pension stuff, which actually has become more popular, and Labour are going to have to backtrack. In the polling on it, it's actually popular across the country. This is an aspirational country. And the Conservatives are positioning themselves as a party of growth and aspiration, and I'm hoping that Labour can be more on aspiration.
Are they backtracking on it at all? I think Wes Streeting backed it a couple of months ago, didn't they?
Well, Wes Streeting, the Shadow Health Secretary, said it would be OK for doctors, but not for everybody else. But it's an interesting question, and that may be the top line, as we might say, of the budget debate in the next few days. But Jo, finally to you, Wally, what do you think about it's always getting back on track? Do your people who come to your site, the under-30s, think that?
No. They don't. It's a really interesting question, what's going to happen with younger voters, right? Galvanised in 2019 by Corbyn, progressive politics, there's now a convergence. I think we're returning to consensus politics. You look at the gaps between Keir Starmer, Rishi Sunak, a lot of that policy in the budget, that's lifted from Labour. It's half-baked in terms of childcare. They've got a more substantial offer the Conservatives have. But the parties are aligning closely together now, and I don't know whether young people are going to be particularly galvanised by that as they were in the past. Well,
very live conversations to have in this studio in the weeks and months ahead, but we're out of time for today. Thank you all three of you for coming in. It's been great to have you, and of course, great to have you with us this morning as well after a busy political week. When after all the Prime Minister's frantic activity, there is a calmer mood around the place. But Rishi Sunak's allies can't take that for granted, not just because Boris Johnson is in front of MPs this week taking questions on what really happened under his roof during lockdown, but also there's a vote this week on the deal that the government brokered with the EU on Northern Ireland. And if either of those go badly, well, we'll have plenty to talk about in the studio next week. Remember, you can always get in touch or catch up on the iPlayer. I look forward to seeing you here back next week. Goodbye for now.
It's Friday, 17th of March, and this is Politics UK. Welcome to your weekly roundup of parliamentary highlights. I'll be joined by correspondents in Edinburgh and Cardiff, and here in Westminster by our parliamentary correspondent, Susan Hume. On the programme this week, the Chancellor delivers his spring budget, telling MPs the British economy has proved the doubters wrong.
Inflation down, debt falling and growth up. The declinists are wrong and the optimists are right. We stick to the plan because the plan is working.
But Labour accused the government of pursuing sticking plaster policies.
Managed decline, Britain going backwards, the sick man of Europe once again. That's the Britain they've created and they should look it in the eye.
And after the BBC allows Gary Lineker back on air following his controversial tweets, Keir Starmer questions the government's commitment to free speech.
Rather than blame everyone else, why doesn't he take some responsibility, stand up to his snowflake MPs waging war on free speech?
It's just the usual political opportunism from the leader of the Labour Party.
The government announces parts of HS2 will be delayed by 2 years, but one MP is convinced it will never go ahead.
It's not going to happen. Mrs Miggins and the dog and duck knows it's not going to happen.
And anger in the Senedd at possible reforms to Welsh gender recognition laws.
Did you learn nothing from the debacle in Scotland? This move to copy Scotland would only serve to deny biological fact and appease a small minority in your party. Men and women up and down the country are genuinely concerned with your blinkered vision on this.
So let's start with the budget, because on Wednesday, the Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, delivered the annual spring budget. He promised extra childcare support for parents and reforms to pensions to try and entice older people back to work. Susan, tell us a bit more about all of that. This was quite a big budget.
Indeed, budget day, and the Chancellor's 2 children were up in the gallery to watch him alongside their mum. So it was nice that he had some rather better economic news to tell everyone. He did say that we would avoid a full-blown recession. However, the economy still isn't in the sort of raindrops on roses territory yet. So there was a lot in there about how he's going to try and get things moving again. And a lot of that, as you say, is about getting people to work more, to be more economically active. So there were things like getting people, older workers, to retrain, to reskill into a new career. For the very richest older workers, people like senior doctors, there were these big tax breaks on how much they can save in a pension. The hope is that they won't be leaving the NHS and they will stay and carry on working there. And also, as you mentioned, a lot on childcare, free childcare in England, although that isn't going to come in immediately. That will be over a few years. But it lasted for over an hour, so there was a lot in there.
Today, the Office for Budget Responsibility forecasts that because of changing international factors and the measures I take, the UK will not now enter a technical recession this year. They forecast we will meet the Prime Minister's priorities to halve inflation, reduce debt and get the economy growing. We are following the plan and the plan is working. Despite continuing global instability, the OBR report today that inflation in the UK will fall from 10.7% in the final quarter of last year to 2.9% by the end of 2023. Part of the fall in inflation predicted by the OBR happens because of additional measures I take today. Firstly, I recognise that even though wholesale energy prices have been falling, there is still enormous pressure on family finances. Some people remain in real distress, and we should always stand ready to help when we can. So after listening to representations from Martin Lewis and other experts, I today confirm that the energy price guarantee will remain at £2,500 for the next 3 months. Let's turn to what the OBR say about our growth prospects. In November, they expected that the UK economy would enter recession in 2022 and contract by 1.4% in 23. That left many families feeling concerned about the future. But today, the OBR forecast we will not enter a recession at all this year, with a contraction of just 0.2%. The next group of workers I want to support are those aged over 50. My younger officials have termed these people older workers, although as a 56-year-old myself, I prefer the term experienced. Fully 3.5 million people of pre-retirement age over 50 are not part of the labour force, an increase of 320,000 since before the pandemic. Madam Deputy Speaker, I say this not to flatter you, but older people are the most skilled and experienced people we have. We'll introduce a new kind of apprenticeship targeted at the over 50s who want to return to work. They will be called returnerships and operate alongside skills boot camps and sector-based work academies. No one should be pushed out of the workforce for tax reasons. So today I will increase the pension's annual tax-free allowance by 50%, from 40,000 to 60,000. Some have also asked me to increase the lifetime allowance from its £1 million limit. But I've decided not to do that. Instead, I will go further and abolish the lifetime allowance altogether. If we really want to remove the barriers to work, we need to go further for parents who have a child under 3. For them, childcare remains just too expensive. So today, I announce that in eligible households where all adults are working at least 16 hours, we will introduce 30 hours of free childcare, not just for 3- and 4-year-olds, but for every single child over the age of 9 months. Yeah! Today, we build for the future, with inflation down, debt falling, and growth up. The declinists are wrong, and the optimists are right. We to the plan because the plan is working, and I commend this statement to the House.
Well, you can hear there the reaction from the Chancellor's own MPs, as you might expect, congratulating him, cheering him. But what was the reaction like from the opposition parties?
Well, back in the olden days, it was a very difficult job for the Leader of the Opposition to respond to a budget, because back then the budget was a closely guarded secret until the Chancellor actually stood up and delivered it. That's changed a lot. It used to be a resigning affair if, anything of the budget leaked out. However, now the Treasury itself put out bits and bobs before the budget, the bits that they think will particularly like, I'm bound to say. So I suppose that gives the Leader of the Opposition a little bit of a help. Keir Starmer did like the childcare, the free childcare things, although he pointed out that it wasn't going to happen all that soon. He didn't particularly like those big tax breaks for the very wealthiest workers on their pensions. But he did keep a lot of his attack quite broad, saying after 13 years, really, was this the best you can do?
His opening boast was that things aren't quite as bad now as they were in October last year after the kamikaze budget. And the more that he pretends everything is fine, the more he shows just how out of touch they are. After 13 years of his government, our economy needed major surgery. But like millions across our country, this budget leaves us stuck in the waiting room with only a sticking plaster to hand. And the figures published today spell it out. A year of stagnation, growth non-existent. According to the IMF, the worst performing country in the G7 this year. A prediction today confirmed by the OBR, and growth downgraded in years to come. This is a failure you can measure not just in the figures, but in the empty pockets of working people right across the country. 13 years without wage growth. 13 years no better off. 13 years stuck in a doom loop of lower growth, higher taxes and broken public services. And on pensions, he made a big spending commitment, which will benefit those with the broadest shoulders, where many people are struggling to save into their pension. We needed a fix for doctors, but the announcement today is a huge giveaway to some of the very wealthiest. The only permanent tax cut in the budget is for the richest 1%. How can that possibly be a priority for this government? I'm afraid the verdict on this budget is clear. They won't offer change because they can't. And so our course is set. Managed decline, Britain going backwards, the sick man of Europe once again. That's the Britain they've created, and they should look it in the eye. After 13 years of Tory sticking plaster politics, 13 years of no growth for the many, 13 years of being asked to pay, working people are entitled to ask, am I any better off than I was before? And after 13 years, with no excuses left, nobody left to blame, no ambition or answers, the resounding answer is no, and they know it.
They needed to ensure today, or even signal their intention, when it comes to the things under their control, the next round of public sector pay, benefits, minimum wage, pension settlements, that nobody falls behind. And they could have gone further to introduce real fairness and raise more cash to really support the economy and really boost trade. Ending non-dom status, not mentioned today. Taxing share buybacks, not mentioned today. Not doing, but scrapping costly vanity nuclear power projects and investing in real green renewables. And fundamentally, Madam Deputy Speaker, rejoining the EU single market to give our exporters and our economy a fighting chance to recover.
Families were looking at this budget for support, but instead of throwing them a lifeline, the Chancellor has thrown them under the bus. Mortgage bills are up, the cost of the weekly shop is up, energy prices are up, all because of Conservative chaos. Yet this government has offered no immediate help with the cost of living. They are so out of touch, they might as well be on a different planet. The Chancellor could have done so much more if only he cared enough. He had enough money in the Treasury to cut people's energy bills by £500 and take them down to last April's levels, yet he simply chose not to. And whilst he may claim he's extending support, that's simply not true. People will pay more for their energy this year than they did last year, not less, even though gas prices are falling. In 3 months' time, there'll be no extra help in place whatsoever. The £400 payment also gone. Fuel poverty will get worse, not better.
So that was the reaction from some of the opposition parties to the Chancellor's budget. But of course, before the budget, as is always the case, there was Prime Minister's questions. And in that, Susan, Keir Starmer opted to focus his remarks on the controversy about Gary Lineker, didn't he?
Yeah, a busy afternoon for Keir Starmer. I suppose he thought he'd be talking about the economy in a little while, so he needed to talk about something different. And as you say, he returned to that row over Gary Lineker and his controversial tweet where he'd suggested that there was a similarity between ministers' language on the migrants and small boats crossing the Channel and the language of 1930s Germany. And Keir Starmer suggested that Conservative MPs had rather lent and pressured the BBC to temporarily take Gary Lineker off air. So we'll see what Keir Starmer had to say and the Prime Minister's reply.
Last summer, the Prime Minister claimed he wanted to protect free speech and put a stop to no platforming. So how concerned was he by last week's campaign by Tory MPs to cancel a broadcaster?
As I said at the time, the issues between Gary Lineker and the BBC were for them to resolve, and I'm very glad that they did, and we can look forward to watching Match of the Day again on our screens.
Keir Starmer. Mr. Speaker, the sight of them howling with rage over a tweet, signing greening letters in their dozens, desperately trying to cancel a football highlight show, that should have been laughable. Instead, it led to a farcical weekend, with the national broadcast being accused of dancing to the government's tune by its own employees. Rather than blame everyone else, why doesn't he take some responsibility, stand up to his snowflake MPs waging war on free speech?
It's just the usual political opportunism from the leader of the Labour Party. Because I don't know if he noticed. But actually first the Shadow Attorney General and then the Shadow Home Secretary actually criticised the language that had been used in the tweet. But what a surprise. He saw the chance to jump on a political bandwagon and changed his mind.
They want more of a Prime Minister who doesn't understand you can disagree with what somebody says, but still defend their right to say it. If he doesn't understand that, we're in a real problem. Does he accept that people's concerns about the BBC have been made worse because the government chose to put a Tory donor with no broadcasting experience in charge of the BBC?
There was a rigorous, independent and long-established process. That appointment was supported by expert panel members as well as the cross-party DCMS Select Committee. Now, it's right. That process is being independently reviewed by the Office for Commissioner of Public Appointments, and we should allow that review to conclude.
The whole country saw how he kept quiet and hid behind the playground bullies while they tried to drive someone out simply for disagreeing with them. An impartial public broadcaster free of government interference is a crucial pillar in our country. But isn't that put at risk by the cancel culture addicts on his benches, the BBC leadership that caves into their demands, and a Prime Minister too weak to do anything about them?
What has he done in this past week? The only thing he and his party have done is voted against our bill to stop the boats, Mr. Speaker. Siding with people smugglers over the British people. That's the substance of what's happened. Instead, what have we done is conclude a new migration deal with France, Mr. Speaker. We've managed to sign a new defence partnership with our allies, the US and Australia. We've protected British start-ups and we have boosted defence spending. And that, Mr. Speaker, is what delivering for Britain looks like.
Some of the exchanges at Prime Minister's questions there. Susan, thank you for the roundup so far. Do stay with us. We'll get more from Westminster a little later. But now let's go to Scotland and Holyrood and speak to our Scotland political correspondent, Andrew Kerr. Andrew, hello. Thank you for being with us. The contest to replace Nicola Sturgeon as the SNP leader and, of course, First Minister continues to grip MSPs in the Scottish Parliament. Did that come up at question time?
Yes, it did indeed, and it is gripping this place just now. It was Nicola Sturgeon's penultimate First Minister's questions, and two of the people seeking to replace her have questioned the integrity of the SNP's voting process to elect a new leader. They have requested an independent observer. Humza Yousaf, the Health Secretary, has meanwhile asked to see all the membership numbers and how many voting slips are going out. So at question time, the Labour leader Anas Sarwar did indeed bring this up. But first of all, we'll hear from the Scottish Conservative leader who picked up on the ongoing ferry fiasco and asked the First Minister to reflect on her legacy before she sails away.
There is still no certainty over how much the ferries will cost, when they will be ready, or whether the shipyard has a viable future. Those are the words of the Auditor-General. So as Nicola Sturgeon prepares to sail off into retirement and considers her own legacy, she should reflect on the fact that these ferries have been in construction throughout her time in office and they remain rusting hulks, and the islanders who rely on them remain without these vital links. So can the people of Scotland get a straight, honest answer from the First Minister for once? When will these ferries be ready, and how much will the total cost be?
First Minister. At the very beginning of that question, if I've learned one thing over recent times in this job, it's never to expect Douglas Ross to be happy about anything. So I'm not sure that is going to change. In terms of the detail of the questions, of course, the estimates for cost and delivery of the ferries are in the public domain. They will be updated as appropriate. The Deputy First Minister will give a further update to Parliament later this afternoon. But of course, Ferguson's have continued to progress with the building of the ferries.
But now, rather than confronting the NHS crisis, we have an SNP talking to themselves about themselves. In fact, it seems the only things missing from this SNP leadership election is an Ash Regan press conference outside the Four Seasons, or maybe a Saltire waving Stop the Seal rally by Kate Forbes outside Holyrood. And meanwhile, the machine candidate, the incompetent Humza Yousaf, is presiding over chaos in Scotland's NHS. This morning, we heard a mother on BBC Radio Scotland saying her son, who is about to start school, has never seen a dentist despite years of trying. Never seen a dentist. And he will be one of many.
Well, ultimately, of course, it's the Scottish people who will make these judgments, and the record of past years is one that thank you, that I know terrifies Anas Sarwar. But come back to NHS dentistry, because Anas Sarwar rightly talks about the importance of access to NHS dentistry. So let me just repeat the figures showing the reality. Elsewhere in the UK, just over a third of adults and less than half of children have access to an NHS dentist. That's the position in England. In Scotland, the figure is more than 95%.
So Ash Regan sitting right behind the First Minister there, the opposition delighting in the rifts in the SNP, but the First Minister trying to emphasise her election-winning record.
Yeah, we will continue, of course, to follow that SNP leadership contest, Andrew. But also at First Minister's questions, an MSP had concerns about a death in custody, which she described as a shocking episode.
Yes, that's right. This is the case of Alan Marshall. He died after being restrained face down by 13 prison officers at HMP Edinburgh back in 2015. Now, the police have been told to investigate whether the Scottish Prison Service should be prosecuted over his death. And that issue was picked up in First Minister's questions by the Labour MSP, Polly McNeill.
The independent review into the response to deaths in prison custody that was discussed recently in this Parliament recommended that families should have unfettered access to information about a death in custody. Now, I wonder if the First Minister agrees that this is a shocking episode in Scottish justice, and that, of course, it's a matter for the Lord Advocate. I fully appreciate that. But does the First Minister agree with me that future Lord Advocates need to look at the outcome of this case and the mistakes in this case before granting immunity in the future? And I call on the Government, I think they have said they'll do this, to implement in full the recommendations of the independent review into deaths in custody.
In relation to the wider point, and I think it is a point very well made, the independent review of deaths in custody was important, and it is now vital that that is taken forward. The Scottish Government is making progress on recommendations, including the proposal for an independent investigation into every death in custody. So, in answer to the question Polly McNeill asked, should lessons be learned from this case to inform future decisions? Of course, that is the case, but that must be done in the proper way and in line with due process. But I absolutely understand the concerns that have been raised in association with this case, and I hope the processes underway will help to give further, if not comfort, then some degree of assurance and in time consolation to Alan Marshall's family.
Nicola Sturgeon responding there. Now, Andrew, I want to ask you about something that we have covered before. That's that controversial bottle deposit return scheme. It's still rumbling on, despite those wanting to replace Nicola Sturgeon, trying to seek changes to it.
Yes, that's right, and perhaps the fizz is now well and truly gone out of it. We have indeed covered this before, the controversial bottle deposit or can return scheme, where you put your can or bottle back and get 20 pence after that when it goes for recycling. Now, Nicola Sturgeon was defending it at First Minister's questions, but as you say, the three people seeking to replace her all either want to change it or pause it altogether. But it was attacked in Parliament earlier in the week by an SNP MSP. He was questioning the Green Minister who's overseeing the whole scheme.
Much, if not most, of the £57 million which will be lost in non-redeemed, non-claimed deposits will be paid out and lost by those who can't or can't readily return bulky and heavy items, bottles, tins and cans, and these will predominantly include the poorest, those without a car, the elderly, mobility impaired, and rural and island dwellers who can't access a return point. Their money will go, Presiding Officer, to the non-disclosed but probably telephone number salaries of the bosses of Circularity Scotland. Is this transfer of money, Minister, from the poorest to the richest not simply immoral?
Minister. I think the member mischaracterises the scheme entirely. Every person in Scotland will pay the 20 pence deposit when they buy a drink in Scotland, when they buy a drink in the containers that are scheme articles, and they will get their 20 pence back when they return those articles. Accessibility to the scheme is critical to the success of the scheme, and we are working hard with Circularity Scotland and BIFA to ensure that every person in Scotland will be able to access the scheme and will be able to get their deposits back.
So the Green Minister there attempting to defend it, but just over there earlier some Green MSPs and party workers were joking that their time in government might be coming to an end if Ash Regan or Kate Forbes wins this leadership contest. But the business of government rumbles on for now, at least, although there could be big changes on the horizon. Next week, it will be Nicola Sturgeon's very final First Minister's questions.
Andrew, we will be watching, of course. Thank you very much, Andrew Kerr, reporting there at the Scottish Parliament. Now, Susan Hume is still with us for a little bit more from Westminster. And on Tuesday, Susan, there was a joint hearing of the Business and Justice Committee looking at this issue of prepayment meters, which has become quite important in the debate around how people are managing their energy bills. Who was being questioned?
Well, nearly everyone, actually. Just a bit of background. There had been concern for some time among MPs about this forcible installation of prepayment meters. Now, that means that people have to pay for their energy up front. Before the budget, that meant a higher rate that people would pay for that energy. And also, if there was no money, you'd have no power very quickly. A Times investigation had discovered that the rather brutal and gleeful way some of the agents from the firms of bailiffs that were working for British Gas were going about their work, and also not looking for signs that perhaps these people were vulnerable, that there were small children in the house, for example. And after that, Ofgem, the watchdog, said they were going to suspend this forced installation of prepayment meters, and that's going to go on beyond the end of March. So the MPs took evidence from Ofgem, from Centrica, the parent company of British Gas, and from the firm of debt collectors as well.
You'll be given a list of customers by British Gas or other energy suppliers you work with. You'll go to visit those customers' homes to do a pre-visit where you'll check for any noticeable vulnerabilities. You'll record that information. You then send that back to British Gas or the other energy suppliers, and the energy company gives you the go, no-go decision on whether to proceed with a warrant and a forced installation. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Were you surprised when British Gas basically threw you under a bus and said they were shocked and horrid by the outcomes of the report and said it was your fault?
My interpretation of that reaction was more around the behaviour that had been reported.
Which bit of the behaviour? Was it the way they knocked on the door, the way they broke into someone's house, the way they nuzzled a dog, the way that they intimidated the people in the home, the way they installed the prepayment meter? Which bit of the behaviour do you think was a shock to British Gas?
I think the shock was from the video footage that was shared in the press, which indicated that our agent was excited by the forced entry into the property.
What is the most rewarding part of your business?
The most rewarding part is that we do get plenty of thank yous from individuals and customers who have found that the visit to their property has been helpful to them.
It was also reported that British Gas broke into the home of a woman registered as partially sighted and disabled with known arthritis and mobility problems. Was that case, which was also signed off by British Gas, in line with your licence conditions?
Again, I don't have the details of that case.
You don't have the details of individual cases, but you acknowledge, do you, Mr O'Shea, that somebody at British Gas has to sign off on each and every visit to somebody's home to break in and forcibly install a prepayment meter?
The process that we follow at first is, on average, we make 24 attempts to contact a customer before we apply for a warrant. And if it might help, I would say in 2022 we applied for and were granted 92,500 warrants. It sometimes is not possible to identify a vulnerability because customers will simply refuse to engage. If we identify a vulnerability, we don't install prepayment meters.
All of the cases that have been reported, and these are only some of them, are, to me, a very clear breach of your licence conditions. That would be a material risk that ought to be reported at your Audit and Risk Committee. Has a paper ever gone to your Audit and Risk Committee to discuss these types of breaches?
The installation of prepayment meters under warrant is not something that came to my attention as a result of the media reports. The allegations that there was improper behaviour is what came to my attention through the media reports. And what we immediately did upon that was to suspend work with Arvato and to launch an investigation.
If you were so sad about this story, how much of your £3 billion in profits have you allocated to compensation for the victims of your actions?
If we identify that we have acted incorrectly, I've been very clear, we will make that right.
We are deeply concerned about not only the reports in the Times, the reports that have been appearing for some time around the behaviour of energy companies with regards to the forced installation of prepayment meters. I need to be clear with this committee, our priority is in making sure this industry gets its act in order. Therefore, they will not be restarting forced installation of prepayment meters at the end of March, and only when and if they can establish they are acting in accordance with that new code of practice.
A section of some of the select committees there. And there was a rather fiery debate in the House of Commons after the government delayed parts of that high-speed rail HS2 project. What happened?
Yes, it's always been controversial. The government has said that it wants to delay the bit going from Birmingham to Crewe by 2 years to save money. And also there may be delays on the bit bringing trains from the outskirts of London right into central London. The MPs who want HS2 are furious because it's delayed. The MPs who never liked HS2 still hate it. So it was a pretty tough gig for the minister.
We face significant economic headwinds. Record inflation caused by Putin's illegal war, as well as ongoing global supply chain issues, have ramped up construction costs, making capital projects more difficult to deliver. It means we must make responsible decisions on which parts of our capital programme we can deliver within current budgets and timeframes. So, Mr Speaker, while we remain committed fully to HS2, we will need to rephase the delivery options as part of the project due to inflationary pressures and the need to spread costs.
His chief justification for the delays to HS2 were to balance the nation's books. But here, his own department admit what he will not, that the delays itself will increase costs. They admit it will cost jobs, that construction firms could go bust. They cannot rule out slashing high-speed trains serving Stoke, Macclesfield and Stafford altogether. Is there anything more emblematic of this failed government than their flagship Levelling Up project that neither makes it to the north or to central London?
You'll know that North of England has seen cut after cut after cut to not just HS2 but to any kind of real modernisation of its rail network. HS2 to Leeds cancelled, Northern Powerhouse Rail cut to the bone. And we in these benches have supported HS2 because we believe increased sustainable connectivity is to all our benefit. But what we have now is a gold-plated commuter line of just over 100 miles for two cities in the south of this island, costing nearly £50 billion, whilst the rest of the country is expected to fight for scraps.
My constituents and I are sick to death of waiting for what is inevitable, that Phase 2B is not happening, but there is constituents of mine who are suffering, have been suffering for a decade with the preserved land which has been kept aside. It's ruined them being able to sell their houses, going through the compensation schemes. Mr Speaker, it's not going to happen. Mrs Miggins and the dog and duck knows it's not going to happen.
I feel sorry for him today because he's having to defend the completely worthless words of previous Secretaries of State for Transport, government ministers over a decade. Let me explain to him what's really happening. That the government is showing, yet again, its complete disdain for the north of England.
The 3 years that I was Minister for HS2, almost a decade ago now, actually commissioned some work to see if we could deliver the project more quickly by opening Birmingham to Old Oak Common ahead of Euston. And the result came back that around about two-thirds, certainly more than half, of passengers would be getting off at Old Oak Common anyway to use the Elizabeth line to access places like Heathrow Airport and Canary Wharf. So does the Minister agree with me that actually opening it to Old Oak Common will actually, for the majority of people, actually be the London terminus they would use on Old Oak Common at Old Oak Common, even when Euston's open?
Despite what may have been said across, it's really interesting when one looks at what we're doing with Old Oak Common. It's going to be the best connected and largest new railway station ever built in the UK. It will have 14 platforms. It will be one of the busiest railway stations in the country, with access to central London and Heathrow via the Elizabeth line, and connection to Wales and the South East. And of course, importantly, what it also allows us to do is to deliver trains to Manchester 54 minutes quicker than they are at the moment, to 1 hour 11 minutes.
The debate over HS2 continues. Susan, thank you for that. Do stick with us as we head to Wales, where we can speak to our Wales political correspondent, Rhodri Lewis. Rhodri, hello. Thank you very much for being with us. Now, at the Senedd, the First Minister, Mark Drakeford, was asked whether one of his ministers should apologise after saying the main nursing union was extremely militant and determined to have a fight. Can you tell us a little bit more about that, Rhodri?
Yeah, so Lee Waters is the Deputy Climate Change Minister, and he was recorded without his knowledge at a private meeting some weeks ago. And during that meeting, he said the Royal College of Nursing is becoming extremely militant. They are determined to have a fight and aren't seriously committed to negotiate. Now, obviously, this is happening at a sensitive time because the Welsh Government is negotiating with the nursing unions about pay and working conditions. So in the Senedd this week, the Welsh Conservative leader asked the First Minister whether he thought his Deputy Minister should apologise.
Do you not think it would be appropriate for a minister, deputy minister, to actually apologise for those remarks that have caused upset to nurses within the profession who do not want to be on strike, who are not a militant organisation and aren't up for the fight? They just want to get on with the job of looking after the patients who they care so passionately about.
Many people say in the heat of the moment things. I've been reading what was being said between the Secretary of State for Health and the Secretary of State for Education when they competed with one another to criticise teachers during the COVID outbreak. I think those things are better put on one side. I've set out the position of the government, and unambiguously that is one of inclusion, respect and joint approaches to problem solving.
Mark Drakeford there. And slightly different issue, Rodri, devolution. Plaid Cymru wanted to know what extra powers Labour think should be devolved to Wales from Westminster.
Yes, that's right. The former Archbishop of Canterbury, Lord Williams, and Professor Laura McAllister from Cardiff University are currently heading up a commission that's looking at the whole history of devolution and where we're going and what, if any, extra powers should be devolved from London to Wales. That's expected to report in the next couple of months. Now, the Welsh Government want powers over justice and policing to be sent here, but Labour in London so far say that if they get into government, that they will devolve youth justice and probation only. Now, the Plaid Cymru leader, Adam Price, pressed the First Minister as to whether he was going to persist and ask for those extra powers to come here.
Can you say whether you will be specifying in your further submissions to the Commission the powers that you, as a Labour government here in Wales, are seeking to have devolved? Will they still include areas like policing and justice, or indeed gender recognition, where senior Labour Party figures at Westminster have expressed opposition or scepticism, and they weren't included in the Brown Commission report? Who will have the final say? Will the decision be made in Wales, to quote you from earlier, or will it be made in Westminster? And if it's the latter, aren't you devolving the rule book while leaving the power where it's always been?
Well, so if I was able to discuss with Keir Starmer the work of the McAllister-Williams review, he referred to it specifically in the speech that he made to Labour Party conference, and I was very heartened by the fact that he is determined to show proper respect to the work of that Welsh Commission and to await its recommendations before taking decisions on a policies that will enter the Labour manifesto. That's very good news for Wales.
Interesting discussions about devolution happening across the UK. Finally, Rodri, there are questions over plans for a possible gender recognition reform bill in Wales.
Yes, the Senate doesn't currently have the power to change the law in this particular field. It's been obviously very controversial in Scotland, of course, making it easier for people to change their legal gender. Now, ministers here say they may be looking at doing something similar, which prompted this question from the Conservative Laura Ann Jones.
First Minister, last month you stated your intention to copy the Scottish self-ID bill with the release of your LGBTQ+ action plan, which intends to make it easier for biological males to enter women-only spaces, push gender ideology in schools and unfairness in sport. First Minister, there was outrage in Scotland with the gender recognition reform bill, with polling consistently showing the Scottish the public did not agree with the move. And it's clear from public opinion across Wales and the UK that people see the importance of protecting women and girls and why such a bill would put that in jeopardy. Yet you still push ahead with your plans. Did you learn nothing from the debacle in Scotland? This move to copy Scotland would only serve to deny biological fact and appease a small minority in your party. Men and women up and down the country are genuinely concerned with your blinkered vision on this.
Responding to that, Mark Drakeford said that the Welsh Government wasn't planning to copy Scotland and to be developing its own policies, which wouldn't necessarily be the same.
Another one to watch. Rodri, thank you very much. Rodri Lewis there in Cardiff. Now, our parliamentary correspondent Susan Hume is still with me for a little bit more, this time from the House of Lords. And this week, the government's controversial public order bill was defeated over its plans to crack down on protests. What happened, Susan?
Well, this is the bill that the government has brought forward to try and clamp down on protests, mainly by environmental campaigners that have seen them gluing themselves to motorways or chaining themselves to overhead gantries and stopping the traffic. It's now in the last stages, a sort of tug of war between the government and its critics and between the Lords and the Commons over some of the details, in particular a power for the police in a particular area that would allow them to stop anyone without suspicion and search them, looking for things like padlocks or glue. The critics say this is way over the top, far too much power for the police. The government says it's needed. However, in the Lords, the government was defeated by those who said at least you should have a more senior police officer to give the go-ahead before this was allowed.
Suspicion of stop and search is a vital tool used to crack down on crime and protect communities, and we see it as entirely appropriate that these measures are extended to tackle highly disruptive protest offences. These are much needed proactive powers. The vast majority of protests in this country are peaceful and non-disruptive. These powers will only be used in the exceptional circumstances where it is likely that people out of protest will go on to commit criminal offences that cause serious disruption to others.
Police stop and search is an intrusive power that is used disproportionately against visible minorities. As I said at report stage, you are 7 times more likely to be stopped and searched by the police if you are black than if you are white, if suspicion is required, and 14 times more likely to be stopped and searched if no suspicion is required. The facts show the police have been targeting black people for stop and search.
Why are we doing it? Because of protest. Completely and utterly disproportionate. Completely and utterly over the top. Completely and utterly another of the panicked responses in this bill to the protests of Stop the Oil and Extinction Rebellion, which we've said on numerous occasions, of course, was unacceptable.
When people are protesting in a democracy, it is when they are at their most emotional quite often, and they can get angry. And they don't want the police to interfere in that at all. Usually the people who've never had any contact with the police in any way. So it really leaves the police officer in a pretty vulnerable place. These are generally the people who you want to keep on side, not the criminals who you have to challenge, because that's what the law says. So I think it's a contentious power, and I think that we should be really careful before we give that power, not because I think the police are waiting to go out and have a go at people, but as Lord Paddock said, there has been times, and I would acknowledge this, when the power has been disproportionately used against minorities.
Peers discussing the Public Order Bill. As ever, thank you for keeping us up to date, Susan. Well, that's all for Politics UK this week. Joe Coburn will be back with Politics Live on Monday at 12:15 and BBC Two and on the iPlayer. Bye-bye.
We start with questions to Prime Minister Jess Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 1.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, since I was at this dispatch box a week ago, the government has been delivering for the British people. At the UK-France summit, we signed a new illegal immigration deal to protect our borders. Over the weekend, we facilitated the sale of Silicon Valley Bank at no cost to the taxpayer. And we have launched a submarine partnership with Australia and the US, launched our integrated review and boosted our defence budget. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Jess Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've worked for years with women brought here illegally as sex slaves, raped by 30 men a day. Last week, the Prime Minister tweeted that these victims would be denied access to support from our modern slavery system. A tweet that traffickers will hold up to these women and say, see, no one will help you. Before the Prime Minister parrots his prepared answer about increases in the number of people accessing our modern slavery system, let me educate him and everyone else in this House that the biggest increase in the last 10 years has been from the huge increase in British adults and children trafficked for sex and crime within Britain. Not a number they should be proud of. How exactly will I help the next woman I meet brought here illegally from being repeatedly raped if she, as he tweeted, is denied access from our modern slaves?
Mr. Speaker, just to correct the Honourable Lady, it is actually now a minority of people in our modern slavery referral system that are from the UK. That was not the intention of the legislation when it was introduced. We have a proud record of supporting victims of modern slavery, and thousands of victims are supported every year here in the UK, and that will not change as we grip illegal immigration.
Danny Kruger.
Mr. Speaker, on Monday, the Home Secretary said that in recent decades the immigration to this country has been too high, and all the benches opposite howled their disapproval. They want higher immigration, not lower. Does my we need to do this. Rather than importing cheap foreign labour, we need to invest in the skills of our own young people and encourage businesses to do the same.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is right that we do need to encourage long-term investment in the domestic workforce. We'll hear more from this in the Chancellor later this afternoon, but the Department for Work and Pensions is directing support at sectors with labour shortages like construction and social care, and our new skills boot camps are part of a dramatic rebooting of our skills system to support workers to get the skills that they need.
We now come to the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last summer, the Prime Minister claimed he wanted to protect free speech and put a stop to no platforming. So how concerned was he by last week's campaign by Tory MPs to cancel a broadcaster?
Mr. Speaker, as I said at the time, the issues between Gary Lineker and the BBC were for them to resolve, and I'm very glad that they did, and we can look forward to watching Match of the Day again on our screens.
Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, the sight of them howling with rage over a tweet, signing greening letters in their dozens, desperately trying to cancel a football highlight show. That should have been laughable. Instead, it led to a farcical weekend, with the national broadcast being accused of dancing to the government's tune by its own employees. Rather than blame everyone else, why doesn't he take some responsibility, stand up to his snowflake MPs waging war on free speech?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, just the usual political opportunism from the leader of the Labour Party. Because I don't know if he noticed. But actually first the Shadow Attorney General and then the Shadow Home Secretary actually criticised the language that had been used in the tweet. But what a surprise. He saw the chance to jump on a political bandwagon and changed his mind.
Keir Starmer.
So, Mr. Speaker,
I'm not being funny. I think our constituents want to get to the budget. The more that you shout, the more you progress questions. So please, my constituents interested if yours are. Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, they want more of a Prime Minister who doesn't understand. You can disagree with what somebody says, but still defend their right to say it. If he doesn't understand that, we're in a real problem. Does he accept that people's concerns about the BBC have been made worse because the government chose to put a Tory donor with no broadcasting experience in charge of the BBC?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as he well knows, the BBC chairman was appointed before I became Prime Minister. He was appointed.
And the same applies to this side. This budget matters to the people of this country. They want to hear it. Don't keep questions going longer than need be. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there was a rigorous, independent and long-established process. That appointment was supported by expert panel members, as well as the cross-party DCMS Select Committee. Now, that process is being independently reviewed by the Office for Commissioner of Public Appointments, and we should allow that review to conclude.
Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, the problem is the chair of the BBC isn't just any old Tory donor. He's so close to the Prime Minister.
Order. Mr. Fabricant, I want you to be in for the budget. Cup of teas don't want to come that early.
Mr. Speaker, he's no ordinary Tory donor. He's so close to the Prime Minister, he's been described as his mentor. He helped arrange an £800,000 credit line for the former Prime Minister, a minor detail he forgot to tell the Select Committee, which scrutinised his appointment. Does the Prime Minister think that his friend's position is still tenable?
Prime Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, as I've just said, the Independent Office for Commissioner of Public Appointments is reviewing what was a rigorous independent process to appoint the chairman. Instead of prejudging and preempting that review, we should let it conclude and wait for the outcome. That is the right way to do things, and that's what the government will do.
Mr. Speaker, when people with links to the Tory party somehow find themselves in senior positions at the BBC, it's important that their impartiality is seen to be beyond reproach. So has the Prime Minister received assurances that no one with links to the Tory party was lobbied by Tory MPs or involved in the decision that saw Match of the Day effectively cancelled?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I said, these are matters. These are matters for the BBC to resolve. And it's right. It's right that the BBC, as an important institution, takes its obligations to impartiality seriously. Right? I care about the integrity and impartiality of our institutions, the BBC, but also the civil service, Mr. Speaker. And it's right that those processes carry on properly. But what I would say to him on this matter, there is an independent review. It's right that that process concludes, and he would, I would hope, respect that process.
He comes here today with these mealy-mouthed platitudes, pretending the actions of his party are nothing to do with him. But the whole country saw how he kept quiet and hid behind the playground bullies while they tried to drive someone out simply for disagreeing with them. An impartial public broadcaster free of government interference is a crucial pillar in our country. But isn't that put at risk by the cancel culture addicts on his benches, the BBC leadership that caves into their demands, and a Prime Minister too weak to do anything about them?
Mr. Speaker, we're not going to take any lectures on cancel culture from the party opposite. But we know what this is about, and he's avoided it in 6 questions. They're actually the substance of the issue that this underlined this tweet. And that's what has he done in this past week. The only thing he and his party have done is voted against our bill to stop the boats, Mr. Speaker. Siding with people smugglers over the British people. That's the substance of what's happened. Instead, what have we done is conclude a new migration deal with France, Mr. Speaker. We've managed to sign a new defence partnership with our allies, the US and Australia. We've protected British start-ups and we have boosted defence spending. And that, Mr. Speaker, is what delivering for Britain looks like.
Can I just say to you, the biggest day in the House, and you want to carry on cheering? I'll tell you what, I'll be quiet. Because there is plenty of rumours I've mentioned in the tea room for all sides. So let me say, Angela Richardson wants to get on with the questions. Angela.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For decades, Surrey Research Park in Guildford has been home to our pioneering space sector, with Surrey Satellite Technology Limited and now Surrey Space Centre's spacecraft project, which recently received £300,000 to train and recruit dedicated space engineers and create facilities to trial space-related technology. Will my right honourable friend join with me in welcoming this investment? And when his diary allows, will he come and visit Guildford to celebrate successful local innovation and job creation?
Well, I can reassure my honourable friend that we are continuing to invest in the UK's thriving space sector, including in her constituency, a new £6.5 million scheme to support high-impact projects. Space South Central, as she knows, is already the leading regional space cluster in the UK. There's more investment coming, and I look forward to either visiting myself or the Minister of State for Science, Innovation and Technology to make sure that her companies get the recognition they deserve.
SNP leader Stephen Flynn.
Mr. Speaker, on Monday, as households in Scotland were awakening to freezing temperatures, they were met with the news that the electricity grid had been upgraded in order to meet the power demands of the Prime Minister's new swimming pool. So may I ask him, was it whilst he was taking a leisurely dip that he decided to leave households drowning in their energy bills?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, thanks to the actions of this government, what we've provided is over £1,300 to help families with their energy bills over the last year. Now, I won't want to preempt what the Chancellor is going to say later, but this is a government that is committed to continuing to help people with the cost of living, and that's what you'll hear later on.
Stephen Flynn.
You've got to wonder what planet he's on, Mr. Speaker, because for households in Scotland, energy prices haven't been frozen at £2,500. Indeed, the average bill in Scotland has been closer to £3,500, a near tripling in just under 2 years. But worse than that, the Chancellor is about to get to his feet and announced that the £400 energy rebate is about to be scrapped for everyone, not just in Scotland, but right across these aisles. So is it not the case that the Tories aren't freezing energy bills, they're looking to freeze households?
Mr. Speaker, actually, the government is delivering for people across the United Kingdom. Energy bills have been our priority, which is why over £1,000 of support, which is benefiting households in every part of our country. But he talks about delivery. It's now clear that we know, because of the SNP, that the trains don't run on time. The police are at breaking point. The police are at breaking point, and the NHS in Scotland experienced the longest ever waiting list. Mr. Speaker, that isn't even my assessment. That's what we learned in the SNP's leadership debate last week.
Aaron Bell. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Independent retailers are the lifeblood of our high streets and critical to the regeneration of our town centres, so we should cherish and celebrate the entrepreneurs who set them up and run them. With that in mind, would the Prime Minister join me in congratulating the winners of my recent competition to find Newcastle's best-loved independent shops and market stalls, namely Tony Price Quality Butchers, Mijouli's, Cheeky Cheesecakes, and the overall winner, Anasma Greek Bakery, who only opened in January 2021 and are already expanding to a second site.
Well, I agree with my honourable friend about the incredible benefit that small businesses and independent retailers bring to our high streets and our economy. I congratulate the team at Anasma Greek Bakery for winning the competition, and I know that they will feel reassured by their government's investment in his constituency through the Towns deal that they have, and of course funding from the Future High Streets Fund.
Stephen Furry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just ahead of St Patrick's Day, can I thank the Prime Minister for his recent deep engagement with Northern Ireland, in particular the conclusion of the Windsor Framework, and hopefully we will see the executive restored shortly. However, that executive is facing a spiral of budget cuts, which will stop it from transforming public services on an invest-to-save basis and investing in a prosperity agenda. So will the Prime Minister and indeed the Chancellor work with the Northern Ireland parties on a financial package in order to transform Northern Ireland, accepting the need for strict conditions and a real focus on key areas such as health, education, skills and infrastructure?
Well, can I thank the honourable gentleman and his colleagues and his party for the engagement they had in the run-up to the Windsor Framework. It was helpful and I appreciated his constructive involvement. And my right honourable friend, the Northern Ireland Secretary, has been working closely and will work closely with all Northern Irish parties, leading discussions on a wide range of issues, including the public finances, because I believe what the honourable gentleman believes is that the people of Northern Ireland need and deserve effective, accountable, devolved government up and running as quickly as possible, and I hope that those talks can be constructive in leading to that aim.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2016, the current Mayor of London promised 0 strikes on London Underground. Today is the 135th day of strikes since then. Will my right honourable friend join with me in condemning those strikes that have brought misery to the travelling public in London, and also condemn the Mayor of London for his failure to address this?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right about the misery being inflicted on Londoners by the incompetent running of TfL. It's worth bearing in mind, not only do the party opposite vote against our minimum service levels, which will provide respite for the hard-working British public, that the Mayor of London, since the pandemic, has received £6 billion of additional funding for transport services. So for us to be in the situation that we find ourselves in today is simply unacceptable.
Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
An investigation reported in The Guardian and the BBC revealed that in the last year, on more than 450 instances, sewage was leaking into cancer wards, maternity units and A&E departments. Without urgent action, the legacy of this Conservative government on the NHS will be an image of a nurse cleaning up sewage around a patient in a crumbling hospital. Will the Prime Minister commit to that pledge of building 40 hospitals by 2030, including in West Hertfordshire, and will he establish a fund to repair those hospitals that are in a dire state of disrepair?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we are investing record sums in NHS capital to upgrade dozens of hospitals across the country, but in particular to build 40 new hospitals, and we are committed in particular to a new hospital scheme at West Hertfordshire Hospital NHS Trust as part of that programme, and the programme is working closely with the Trust on their plans in line with the approach that we have taken nationally.
Mark Plitchard. Speaker, does the Prime Minister agree with me that agri-tech is a vital part of the UK economy, and in particular the excellent work of the Crop and Environment Research Centre at Harper Adams University in Shropshire? I know he has a busy schedule, but could he dispatch the Secretary of State to come and look at that research centre, and in particular the women leading science and maths at Harper Adams, and indeed leading the world?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I agree with my honourable friend, and in particular Harper Adams is a fantastic example of the type of innovation and skills provision that we need in our agri-tech sector, and that's why I'm pleased post-Brexit that we can introduce the gene editing bill, Mr. Speaker, which will help drive productivity and efficiency in our agricultural sector even further.
Speaker, the government promised the 40 new hospitals 3 years ago, and the Prime Minister's just expressed his intention to proceed again. 2 years ago, in St Mary's Paddington Hospital serving my constituency, a ward ceiling fell in during floods, the eye hospital was closed by a fire, and the birth centre and maternity wards are threatened by structural problems. This week, Trust managers said the infrastructure is having an increasing impact on staff and patients. We just can't afford to continue to waste money on failing buildings. But the hospital is waiting for the commitment from the government for the funding under the New Hospitals programme. Will today be the day that the Prime Minister commits to that specifically?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said in my previous answer, the government is committed to the New Hospitals programme. We've committed record sums to NHS capital, not just for that programme, but for smaller scale upgrades across the country. And those conversations with her trust and others are happening in the same way across the country, and I look forward to those conversations continuing.
Nicky Aitken.
Mr. Speaker, governments at all levels, national and local, should always strive to deliver value for money for the taxpayer, particularly in a cost of living crisis. Therefore, does the Prime Minister share my astonishment that my local Labour-led Westminster Council voted last week to raise council tax by 2%, council tenants' rents by 7%, and increase allowances for its senior councillors by up to a staggering 45%.
Prime Minister, you've got to answer.
Well, Mr.
Can I just say, Prime Minister, I don't know who's giving you the advice, but take it from the chair. Please answer.
Mr. Speaker, it is disappointing to see that I think it's been just under a year that the now Labour-run Westminster Council has put its own councillors' pay ahead of everything else. I can't quite believe the figures that we heard from our honourable friend. A staggering, an eye-watering 45% pay increase when people across our country and indeed the ward are suffering cost of living pressures. It's clear, Mr. Speaker, that it's only Conservative-run councils that deliver for their residents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every child in the UK is entitled to free NHS dental treatment, but with 80% of practices not accepting children as new patients, is the Prime Minister proud of his record on our children's dental health?
Mr. Speaker, we're investing £3 billion in NHS dentistry, and because of the reforms to the contract, there will be about 10% more activity this year above contracted levels. There are 500 more dentists in the NHS today, but also, I think, almost a 45% increase in the amount of dental care being provided to children.
Eric Thomas.
Mr. Speaker,
5 years ago, £40 million of public funds were set aside for brain tumour research, but recent government figures suggest that a little as a quarter of that money has been deployed to researchers. The mechanism to distribute research funding effectively is broken. As a result, the brain tumour community has not seen the breakthroughs in treatment and survival rates that many of us believe they should have. Does my friend the Prime Minister agree with me that a unique, complex disease needs a unique response? And in what is Brain Tumour Awareness Month, will he make brain cancer a critical research priority across all cancers?
Well, can I thank my honourable friend for his thoughtful and powerful question. He's absolutely right about the importance of medical research being expedited so we can deliver better care for the people who are affected. I'll make sure that he gets a meeting with the relevant minister so we can ensure that that funding gets out to the people who need it and we can bring relief to them as quickly as we can.
Joanna Chung.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the encouragement of the British government, female prosecutors and female judges in Afghanistan stood up for the rule of law and for a more inclusive and equal nation. Those left behind are in mortal danger. Last year, I met with senior officials at the Foreign Office who were open to making a specific case for at least some of these women to be relocated to the United Kingdom, but nothing has happened since then. This dire situation requires a Prime Ministerial intervention. So I'm not asking to meet the Prime Minister's officials or his ministers. I'm asking him directly, will he meet with me to see what we can do for these women?
Prime Minister. I'm very happy to meet with the Honourable Lady, and she will know that we take our obligations to those who helped and served in Afghanistan extremely seriously, both through the ARAP scheme and the ACRS scheme. We have already brought 20,000 refugees from Afghanistan to the UK. We've worked closely with the UNHCR and others on those legal routes, but I'd be happy to meet with her to ensure that we're targeting our compassion, our generosity on the people who most need it and not those who are coming here illegally.
Caroline Ansell.
Mr. Speaker, at the height of the pandemic, centre-assessed grades allowed our young people to move forward with their lives. Lara, my very brave young constituent, is now battling cancer and will not sit the GCSE exams she has worked so hard for and could be left with only a certificate of recognition. In exceptional circumstances such as these, why can't the same principle apply? Would my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, look compassionately at this situation?
Prime Minister. Start by sending my best wishes to Lara and thanking my honourable friend for raising her case in Parliament. Of course, it's incredibly upsetting and challenging for children and young people to be diagnosed with a serious illness, and especially so close to their exams. Now, there are allowances that are made, and in the first instance, students will speak to their school or their college to make those reasonable adjustments, but I'll be happy to make sure that we work with my honourable friend to find a resolution in Lara's case.
Dr. Rupa.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the PM's numeracy drive, but did he know that some 7.1 million adults in England are functionally illiterate? It's often diagnosed late in life, like with TV's Jay Blades, if at all. So would he thank the entirely voluntary Read Easy, who are turning this round at just £250 cost per new reader, and commit to a national strategy for eradicating this problem that's costing our economy $25 billion a year in lost competitiveness?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I agree with the Honourable Lady. Literacy and numeracy are critical for adults to be able to participate both in society and the economy. I'm happy to praise Read Easy for the work that they do. I look forward to learning more about them. But the best way to solve this problem is to ensure that our young children get the reading skills and training and education that they need. And I'm so pleased that because of the reforms introduced by this previous Conservative governments, particularly with phonics, we have now marched up the international league table and have some of the best results for reading that we've seen in a very long time.
Richard Fuller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. More than a quarter of the economic output of this country is in sectors overseen by some of our major regulators, such as Ofwat and Ofgem. But historically, there's been very little in the way of oversight to say whether they're doing a good job or a bad job, whether they're achieving international best practice or not. So can the Prime Minister look to see what he can do to address this historical oversight and enable regulators to play their part in ensuring economic growth?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as always, my honourable friend makes a very thoughtful point, and he's absolutely right about the importance of our regulators in driving growth, competitiveness and investment in our economy. I know the Chancellor will have something to say on this later on, but he should rest assured that we will keep at it to make sure that there is accountability and oversight of our regulators. We all want to see more growth in our economy, and they need to play their part in delivering it.
Reb Stringer.
Mr. Speaker, 20 years after defeat in the Second World War, the first Japanese bullet train travelled the 300 miles from Tokyo to Osaka at 200 miles an hour. Isn't it a measure of the government's incompetence, yes, lack of commitment to the regions, lack of commitment to infrastructure, that it is now expected that 24 years after a Conservative Transport Secretary announced that HS2 would happen, that Birmingham, Manchester and London will not be linked by that time?
Mr. Speaker, we're actually delivering the biggest rail investment. Mr. Speaker, the biggest rail investment since the Victorian era. I'll just gently point out to the honourable gentleman, compared to when Labour were last in office, the investment going into the north is 30% higher every single year under this Conservative government. We are delivering for communities across the north with more trains, more buses, more stations and more roads, because a Conservative government doesn't just talk about it, it gets on and delivers it.
Sir Robert Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope very much that later today we'll hear news of help for motorists and small businesses. But for motorists and small businesses in Bromley and the rest of outer London, they're going to be hard hit later this year by the Mayor of London's stealth tax in the form of an ultra-low emission charge. Cost money and jobs. Isn't it time to revisit the Local Government Act and revise it so that such charges can only be imposed on London boroughs with the consent of the boroughs themselves?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend makes an excellent point, and it's right that the Mayor of London should listen to the voices of commuters, of families and of small businesses as he inflicts his damaging tax on them. This government will always be on the side of those people, and this budget will deliver for them too.
And completes Prime Minister's questions.